It is I, Elle-C, and I am a VTuber who primarily plays retro games, although I do play some modern games as well. And before we begin the stream, we will start with a channel briefing of my community guidelines, or how I expect everyone to behave on this channel. Let us begin. On spoilers. I don't care about spoilers. Spoil away. Spoilers are overrated. You'll still experience the scene the same way when you get to it yourself. On backseating. I love knowing about how to get through a game in advance, especially if you're experienced in the game I'm playing. Don't withhold information. Tell me about it, unless I tell you not to. By default, backseating is allowed, but please observe common courtesy. Know when you're flooding the chat and no one else is interested. On Mobile Legends. I'm better than you, noob. Stuffu. On jokes, pokes, and heckling. I'm generally fine with anything, but learn to read the room. If I'm not responding, I might be trying to tell you something. On music requests for rhythm game streams. One request at a time. Don't make multiple requests at once consecutively. Use common sense and common courtesy. On chatting with other people on stream. You know what? Use my stream as a chat room to talk with your friends as much as you want. Just keep in mind that some people may also want to pay attention to the game or to whatever it is I'm streaming. Why is everyone a mod? I'm part of a retro gamer community wherein that is the norm. You visit my streams regularly enough, I'll eventually give you a wrench, so that you can easily follow other people's channels and become part of the community. If I judge you as someone worth bringing into the community, I might just mod you immediately. It has nothing to do with moderator duties. I only ask that if you spot any trolls, please ban and report them right away. On common courtesy and respect. Respect me and the people chatting in my streams at all times. All debates and discussions are welcome, but no personal attacks, whether direct or indirect. Passive-aggressive behavior will not be tolerated. Just so you know, I have certain administrators in the chat with higher privileges than regular moderators. So, with that said, thank you very much for listening. If you're interested in my VTuber lore, it's the top video in my channel. With that said, we will now begin with a segment called Elle Talks, wherein I talk about a random topic which I have chosen for the day, or I may play a game, like a short game that I chose for the Elle Talks segment. And this is a pre-show which lasts anywhere around 40 minutes to an hour before the main game begins. I trust that this is reasonable enough, so let us begin. Hello, it is I, Elle-C, and welcome to the stream. Today is going to be a chill creativity stream, so let's play some music to match that. Hello Hill and hello Kurumi, welcome to the stream. Let's do some drawing. Hello, Aris. I just started. guess here's a challenge for you guys. What do you think I'm drawing? Hello, Anya. No, I can't. Hello, and welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, and please behave. My rules were outlined at the start of the stream. Yeah. Otherwise, that happens. Hello, Nagato. Welcome. Was that you say, Urs? A waifu? On that note, you'd be wrong. It is, not a waifu. Yes. What's that, Aris? A husky? What is that? Is that a kind of dog? Well, a husband version of waifu. Oh, okay. I guess that could be. I think he was, or he still is, some people's husband though. Sup, Kermit? Nubetta's husband is you. Hello, Production Man. Welcome. It's uploaded. holiday season. Got people at the house. What up, hippy dippy? Hello, Mike. Welcome. Hello, Wolfpack. Wolfpack is here. Hello, Wolfpack. Nice drawing, says Hippy. Thank you. So, you guys know what I'm drawing? Or who I'm drawing now? He's a gift. It's gonna be a gift for someone. Take on me. Looks a little like young Elvis. Exactly. Well done. Gonna stylize it a bit. I flip my image like some artists do. I do. I mean, it's an easy tool. Why wouldn't you? Like so. So you can see any imperfections, such as the eyes there. It's a very easy tool to use. So, yep. eyes. Make them a little bit more cartoon. I draw with a tablet or a mouse. I think it's impossible to draw like this using a mouse, to be honest. So yes, I use a tablet. I guess it's possible with enough persistence and patience. I don't have that sort of patience. And hello, Johnny Alex. Welcome. Now, as for the line art, I actually use a mouse. I just use vectors for the line art. So I do use a mouse. Is it easier to pull nodes from the pen tool with the mouse? Exactly. Well, exactly. I just find it faster that way. More precise. Also, placing the notes is more precise. Partially, it has to do with the fact that I'm left-handed. Although I guess I can draw with my right hand. Like all artists can do that. I generally go with my dominant hand for drawing so that it goes faster. Alright. Yeah, I think I'm pretty satisfied with that. I'll go over the rest with vector lines. Few more flipping. Few more flips. Rookie! Now for some Photoshop magic. Make this look nice and professional. Doesn't have to follow the exact proportions of the person. Alright. Good enough. Probably from an RPG, probably. These are all PS1 soundtracks. I'll do the rest using vectors. So, how's your day going, guys? I know it's a Sunday. Because it is already a Monday for me. Technically. But I still haven't slept, so I treat it like a Sunday as well. Just uploading the ending of Persona 3 for homepage. Wild Arms. See ya, Earth. Star Ocean. Star Ocean 2. Drawing the guy from the Take On Me music video. Hello, DC 200X. Symphony of the Night. Right. After I finish these flat colors, I'll take a little break. Music sounds like it's from Jade Cocoon or Legend of Legaia, but it's not. At least from some game called Hula World. Never even heard of that. What's Hula World? Yeah, baby. Welcome back, Paris. It's called a sclera. I learned that from the kindergarten. Does this guy look more familiar now as? Alright. Okay, let's try painting the details in. Hello, DJ Ronnie. Welcome. Clark Kent or Jackie Chan? Nah. There's many different ways of doing this. This is just one of many. Legend of Ligaya. Is she 14 yet? I doubt it. She's like 12. I know this one. Suikoden. Suikoden 2. Let that in. starting to think that's not Superboy. Probably not. Hello, Nintendo. Welcome. Soundtrack. Hello, Holly Lego Games. Hello, Chaos Demonic Soul Reaper. Thank you for the raid. Digimon World? Yes, it is Digimon World. Yep. Hello, person from Gonzo. Welcome. Thanks for dropping it. Hello, Sir Lot. You were not expecting this. I know, right? Resident Evil 2. What is this? I know I played this. hard trilogy. That I did not expect. I have played that, but I did not expect that. Right, let's work on the hair. Hello, Sadie. Is that Elvis Presley? You got it. Hehe. Also gonna ask Elvis, yes. Told you guys you wouldn't expect this from me. Was I right or was I right? Anyways, this is a request from my mother. We're gonna give this away as a gift. A print of it. Digital print of it on a shirt. don't know this song. Oh. Goemon. From Ganbare Goemon for the PS1. All these on one layers? Oh, of course not. Look. Oh, you can't see the layers. Right now I'm using about, how many? 15 different layers. Line art, lots of color layers. Each one on a separate layer. PS1 games had the best BGM. Super lazy shading. Why does that sound like Tetris music? Sounds like Tetris Effect connected music. Threads of fate. Yep, exactly, Sir Leon. It was indeed from Threads of Fate. Circulation dance compilation. Alright. After this, we are going to color correct the image. And then call it that halo evaporates. Either Suikoden or Suikoden Part 2. You have blue hair. You got it? Wait. Like this. There we go! Just kidding. Just kidding. You thought I was serious for a moment there, did ya? Hello, Dorado. It's Elvis. I know, right? Details. Mega Man X5 remix of a Mega Man X2 tune. Alright. Now we save Mr. Elvis Man. And open once again. Now we can do some interesting color correction stuff. Yep. Maybe I should do that thing that Western artists like to do with a noses. Put like a giant white spot here for no reason and make it shine like a diamond. Why do artists like to do this, man? I don't get it. They put something like this here, then a sort of overlay or multiply it. Maybe an overlay. And then slowly change opacity. Why do they do this? I don't get it. Why do they make the nose all shiny like that? Whatever, I'll get into the act as well, because they like to do that, so I can do it too. Add one at the bridge here too. Since they can do it, I can do it too, you know. You have a shiny spot on your nose when it's all oily. No, I'm just asking why do like Western artists, Western anime style artists like to do this? Especially for the anime style illustrations. They really love the painterly style anime illustrations. They really love making the nose shiny. Well, I can do it too. As you can see, I can do it too. We can do a multiply, we can do an overlay. Oh, that looks pretty good. We could do a different side. We could do like a screen, which makes it all comic-like. Color burn. Wait, color burn kind of works. Color burn, and then slowly change opacity like that. But I'll go with normal. You know, one thing I could do is we add a gradient on top of him. Add some kind of gradient like this on top of him. And then go all I don't know. Overlay? Eee, that is awful. Try again. Try change gradients. This one too is from Suikoden. I'm not sure which one. Add gradient like that and lighten it, multiply it, overlay it. Wow, that sucks. Okay. Now he is tan. Yep. Right, you know what? I'll just add background to him. It's kinda super sharp. I could do a Gaussian blur. 0.3 pixel Gaussian blur. One other thing I can do is use like a posterize or equalize. Let's try posterize. Or let's see, paint knobs. Oh, that sucks. But if I overlay it over I multiply it. Okay, never mind. That's enough experimenting with this. I guess I'll add sort of the same kind of background I saw. Oh, you know what? Let's just use AI to create a background. I'm too lazy to think of what to put here. Let's have AI create us a background. Alright. Resident Evil 2. Overall, I would say this went well. Yep. Please, with at a glance, you can definitely tell, oh, it's Elvis, etc. Well, did me well. Served me well. Haha. That kinda works, but I wanna contrast him a bit. I wanna make him stand out a bit. Let's try another one. Don't know what this one is. It's some kind of stage. So that too kind of works. I think that works. So all I gotta do is kind of lighten his background a bit. What do you guys think? How about this one though? Let's try lightening this one instead. Lighten this and maybe make Mr. Elvis glow a little bit. And some outer glow to him. There you go. Also some inner glow to him. Oh, I was adding an inner glow to the wrong layer. Huh. But edge. Alright. I think I'll call this done. That looks pretty done. Maybe add a blur to the background. Yeah, I'll add a blur to the background. We'll use blur more. Give it that sort of DSLR camera feel. And why not one smart blur? Blur, 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 blur. Low quality smart blur. Yes, it's fine. Alright. I guess I will call this done. There we one thing. I forgot the shiny nose. I was wondering why that patch of light. Why that patch of light was moving around so much. Yeah, I think I'm ready to call this done. See what happens if I, make it. No! That's awful! That's awful, that's horrible. OMG, that was so bad. Yeah, I think I should give this a rest. Looks lit. Awesome. I think I should give this a rest before I ruin it. That should be quite enough. I've been looking at it for a while, so I should step away from it for a bit, so I can see if I want to do something else with it. For now, I'll say I'm done. It's not meant to be a 1:1 portrait, more like a stylized interpretation of him. Oh, I know. Now it is time to give it the acid test. Yes. But we're not gonna use acid. We're gonna use the AI detector. We're gonna use the AI image detector. Once again. Let's go! We're gonna save this as a PNG. Mr. Elvis Man here. After this, I'm gonna show you guys some gameplay using my light gun. Because I was talking with DJ Ronnie about this yesterday. For now, let's transfer over here. What do you guys think? Will it be AI or not AI? Are we ready? No. Will this be AI or not AI? It's love. Join us for advanced features. What? Oh, screen. I can log in. Should have. Continue with Google. Yes. Hold on, you're being redirected to another page. It may take a few seconds. Continue for free, yes. Ooh. Free access! Thank you for your purchase. Blah, 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 blah. What? Oh, whatever. I did not put my credit card there. Now then. Tell me if it's AI or not. The background is AI. But will it think that... Okay, how about without the background? %. Yep. Apparently I am an AI. Apparently I'm an AI. Like, you guys did not see me working on this the entire stream. Nope. My love is 81%. Alright, let's take a look at some, Alright, I'm done. Let's take a look at some, gameplay. Using, media capture. Alright. We'll just loop this. He's so hugified. I wanna hear it too though. So, first I will, monitor and output this. Because I wanna hear it as well. Yes. Your younger brother controlled the ducks, damn it. You can control the ducks. I didn't know that. With the other controller? Hello, Abraham Reese. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Pew, pew, pew. I didn't even know you could do that. Like the TV. Let's try playing Duck Hunt on emulator. It's easy. All you gotta do is use the mouse, and it works. Beep, 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 beep. On a touchscreen, you're touching the ducks. Not necessarily easier. Those ducks move sporadically. Bah. Plug the second controller in the second player port. You select the game and options that way. VGA to composite video adapter. Your best color CRTs are all monitors. For this one, I had to put it on vivid mode for the hits to register, by the way. I had to adjust the picture settings. Because it's a kind of modern analog TV. This was just before the LCDs and LEDs took over the market. So this one is kind of modern. So I had to adjust the color contrast to make it all vivid. Did I buy this? No, I've always had it. This one? Let's see, but I didn't buy it. This was bought by my parents back then. You hear the pew pew of the zapper? Pew pew! It has tiny speakers inside. Pew, pew, pew. The American Zapper did not. Bah. It got away. Those things are hard to hit. Got him. just had a satisfying ping sound from the trigger. Ew, ew. Wait, you see that? Something passed by the window. And our house has a huge wall. I guess that was just light from passing traffic. Well, sad. And that is that. Now I wonder if I have that footage from Maximum Carnage. Should be here somewhere. I don't have it. Eh? Why do I not have it? Let me check my Google Drive. I should have it. Let's see. No, I don't have it. I really did not. Wait, recent. Should be here. Is that here? Alright, let me upload this to my Google Drive so we can watch it. I wanted to use this one to discuss the timings on these analog TV sets versus the timing on emulators. There's time for a brief show and tell. Oh, sure thing, DJ Ronnie. Wait while I upload this one. Looks like this could take a while, so yeah, why not? Let's delete this pew pew. Alright, I'll call you in. What is this? There we go. Shall I call you in? You'll fire up. Okay, so give me a call when you're ready. I'll wait for you. Meanwhile, let's see how long it takes to upload this file. It's taking a while. I guess it's a big file. So I took So I also took some footage of me playing Maximum Carnage. I wanted to show how different the timing is on an analog TV for these old games versus something like on an emulator, like on an LED screen. Like, you can react so much faster on an analog TV, which I show right here. What's a faster way to do this? You know what's a faster way to do this? I know a faster way to do this. Never mind. Here, I got it. I just use Let's View. Why didn't I think of this? I'll just use Let's View. Alright. And it just works right away. There we go. Don't know why I didn't do this. In the first place. But, okay. Here we go. Where's the sound? Does Let's View not have any sound? Weird. Anyways, we don't need no sound. Hey, low slim nim. So anyways, look how you can just react to what the enemies do. This is the point I want to make. Let's crop this. Yeah, what is what these? I mean, look at this gameplay here. Like, you can react right away to what's happening on the screen. Which, you can't do for this game on an emulator. Like, the enemies move way too fast for you to, react. And, you've already taken a hit before you can, react. But, on an analog TV, it's not so hard. You hit the button and it's basically seemingly instant. Yep. So you see something happening on screen, you hit that button, your character responds right away. Watch when I get to the bosses in this stage. I show you what I mean when I get to the bosses here. Here they come. Here they come. Here come the bosses. You see how fast they move? But, it's fine. Because you can move and react right away to what they're doing. Like you see, they blocked. They're gonna counter, so you can move away right away. There, see? You can move away right away after they block so that you don't take a hit. Here, when it's 1v1, it's super obvious. There, see? I missed, and I just move away right away. I can't do that on an emulator. There's always a slight delay, so I take a hit anyways. Let's go! Or something. Yep, this is maximum carnage. You see. I can just react right away. Although I still don't know how to deal with this guy, because he keeps grabbing me. I hate him. If he grabs you, he does so much like that. He does so much damage if he grabs you. Yeah, that's the doppelganger. See, it's easier to deal with these enemies when you don't have to be thinking, I dodged that, I know I dodged that. Or I know I pressed jump, why did he not jump? Like that. Why did I take a hit before he jumped? Something like that. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Here, I... Since there's no sound, I make the BGM for you. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Hello, Renee. See, it's so much easier to deal with enemies. Is it just me, or do you guys experience this too? Hello, Fratter Seeker. Yep. You guys experience it too, that on an emulator, there's a slight delay, a few milliseconds of delay, which makes a huge difference in a twitchy game like this one. Oh, are you ready, DJ Ronnie? Let's go. Just, put this here, and get rid of that. Get rid of that. Alright, shall I call you? Audio, 2 seconds, okay. There's filter videos on the subject. How to add filters to RetroArch. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Ready? Alright, I'll call you. Let me pop this out. Hello.
Yo, yo, yo. I got my exposure settings nice and low. Greetings, chat. Thank you, Elle, for allowing me to drop in with my waifu.
Let me get that into focus first. Where is that? Oh, there you go.
There we are. Crank up the brightness a little bit. A little tricky to get that exposure just right. See if we can get that tinkered with just a little bit.
There we go. Oh,
Gotta go back
he's a 1/6 scale, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, actually, yeah. So anyway, this is Katarzyna Loose, which I always get confused by the names in anime because, like, I've seen like different write-ups, and her name is sometimes Katarzyna Loose, Loos, and other times it's Katarzyna Ruth, like Ruth. And I don't know which one's correct, but anyway, this should be good enough. It looked a little funny on my other monitor. It looks good on my front one, but yeah. So this one's interesting because, well, you can see she's holding a knife, and that's because in Mobile Suit Victory Gundam, she lives in the town near our protagonist Pilot, and he kind of has a crush on her because she's hot or cute and nice to him and crap, like a pen pal. But somehow she gets seduced by the dark side, and by mid-series, she's like, I don't know, kind of antagonistic, I guess you would say. And so towards the final battle episode, there's a scene where she decides she's gonna like pull out her cleavage and like have this knife to backstab our protagonist. And so she's floating in microgravity. And yeah, this thing fell down. I'm gonna have to do some paint work on here. Look at this. I had it in a glass case and I kind of had it fall. So yeah, I found a tutorial.
What happened?
Basically, I had it in a I had it in a nice rectangular, transparent case on top of my tower, on top of my computer, and it was a little precarious, but it was good. It looked good. I liked to look at it, but I kind of bumped into.
Oh, Oh.
Yeah, it fell. And I noticed, like, on the inside of the glass panel, there's, like, yellow lines. I'm like, uh-oh, yellow lines. That means that something came off. And sure enough, there it is. So, luckily, there is a procedure for fixing this, and I believe I can accomplish it. So,
Yeah.
it sucks
Sand
a
it
little
down.
bit, but
Sand it down and
mhm.
then paint it.
Yeah, not even. I think I could just paint right
Markers?
over it, basically.
Oh, okay.
Well,
You can
that's a
use
good option,
markers
too.
as well, by the way.
Yeah, we can do Gundam markers, but I got, like, a crap ton of, here we are, like, I got, like, a crap ton of, like, tester's paint, including the acrylics and the whatchamacallit, the enamel. I believe that this calls for acrylics, because enamel, you might start melting stuff, like with the chemicals in the paint thinner and all of that. But I believe, I saw a very good instructional because the guy was going over, like, he had a similar situation, it fell or whatever. It was just maybe he bought it in, like, bad condition on eBay. And it looked pretty straightforward, so I'm reasonably confident. Now, some of the special features, aside from the knife and the boobs, which is, like, the best configuration, it does have other configurations. Like, for example, you can see here she has a properly sealed spacesuit. And she even has a different head because, of course, you can't wear you can't wear an EVA suit, an extravehicular activity suit, and a helmet if you got all this hair, right?
Hello.
So,
Java.
there we go. And then here's like just some more glam shots. And the knife, I thought was gonna it was really hard to get the knife to stay in there. But it's funny. Like once I got it to get in there, it fell down, and the knife never fell out. So I was like, okay, well at least I got that part right. And then here's the inside of the packaging. You can see her, disembodied head in the back. You can see one of her arms. So of course you swap out the arms, I guess, depending on if you wanted to be in backstabbing mode. And you got the chest piece right over there. So yeah, that's Katarzyna.
Nice.
Yeah, I think so. I'm very glad it was a random one, but I was like, I'm the biggest fan of Victory Gundam. I like it a lot for some reason. And
what does she use for
Yep.
base? She looks like she could
oh,
be prone
yeah,
to
about
leaning eventually.
about that. I'm glad you mentioned it. So this is part of the issue that I have to resolve, and actually, I'm glad that I'm showing this to you right now because maybe I'll be able to get a little feedback here. So she was on the base, right, and fell, and one of the pegs broke. So then the second peg broke, and
Yep.
so my idea. So you've had it too. Okay, so I don't know how you did it, but I was thinking about, and I'm not sure if this might sound crazy, so I'm just gonna hear me out, and then if you have a different idea, better idea, or a less invasive idea, I'm open-minded here. So these are like pin vices here, and I use these to, repair things. Sometimes like I'll drill a hole inside of like a peg on a Gundam model, and I'll stick a brass rod inside, and use that as like sort of like a reinforcing component. So I'm thinking the same thing. Maybe I, take out the old plastic that's in there now. You can see I didn't tape it. I put Velcro on. Like I used the soft side of the felt so that I wouldn't, put any abrasion or apply any abrasion to the material. But I don't know. I'm thinking maybe like maybe I just remove the stuff that's here now, drill into the base with the brass rod, right? Because that's this. Who cares if I drill a hole through this and I use it as like an anchor? But I'm more reluctant to drill into this. So, I've thought about drilling into this thing. Hey, maybe if I drill into it, I can put the brass rod a little further. But more than likely, if the brass rod is the right width, and maybe I put some like padding on it to sort of like almost like cork, then all I really need is brass rod sticking out of here. So I figured priority one will be to do the touch-up work. Priority 2 is the brass rod, although I might do them in reverse because I feel like it's easier to drive a brass rod into here than it is to paint this. Any thoughts?
I have a less invasive suggestion. You have lots of Gundam models, right? Those plastic bases that just clasp onto the figure from the torso.
Oh.
You can just do that. The transparent
Yep. I know exactly what you're talking
bases.
about.
Yeah,
that's what
I
did
that's what I did for mine. I just bought a few generic ones. Because one of my Miku figures did exactly that. It fell over. Fortunately, it wasn't damaged. So yeah,
that's
all
cool.
I did was I just used one of those transparent bases with, you know, with a clasp that goes on the
Mm-hmm.
torso of the figure. And there you go. It just works.
Interesting. Okay. And did you keep Miku inside of one of those plastic boxes, or just kind of like out in the open on some kind of
No, I
holder?
never. No, I never put her out in the open because I live in the Philippines. We have too much humidity and dust here, so always inside a glass case.
Gotcha. Yeah, but that's what I was trying to do with this because I knew that when I bought it, I wanted to at least endeavor to take good care of this, and okay, failed on that endeavor, but I have a plan. But like yeah, I like the glass cases. They look really cool, and like the only the Victory Gundam, which I didn't show weeks ago that I wanted to show, but the Victory Gundam is like my best model. It's got like transformable parts, and it's just very intricate. And the next phase in that, like the model kit is basically done. I need to do water slide decals, and I'm reluctant to do those until I sit down and do them properly, and apply a clear coat to them, like Mr. Top Coat or whatever. And then at that point, I do not want this thing exposed to the air, right? Like I mean, I could obviously take it out, play with it, but
Yeah.
like in general, that's sort of my plan is like keep it. So this is the first time I bought like one of these. Obviously this is just a base to the glass case, but first time I bought one of these, and this one I had to assemble, and not a big deal. It's like made of plastic, but there's a lot of options there. I see they use glass. Some people just get glass. Some people buy the plastic acrylic ones or plexiglass, whatever it is.
Yep.
But yeah, I appreciate the idea. I'll think about that. I'll research it because yeah, I can see where like maybe if I have something like holding her like that could work, and be less invasive than trying to drive brass rods in a very delicate area. Now my idea is like sometimes like fixing. Okay, so gluing the plastic on, like okay, maybe that works for like a while, but
But
these are stopgap measures. So like why you would
yeah,
use
that could
the
also
method you use makes
damage.
sense.
Yeah, that could also
Mm-hmm.
damage the figure if you use glue on it.
Uh-huh, that's true. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be using glue. So what I would be doing is originally I was thinking about like literally drilling in and driving a brass rod like an extra couple of millimeters deeper into the material, but I was like, that's not really necessary. But I don't intend on gluing anything. Essentially like my idea is imagine having two brass rods poking out of this. Like so I don't really care if I put glue on here. It's just a base.
Yeah.
But I guess if I was really, and I already ruined it anyway, but I guess if I was really OCD, maybe I would 3D print. But I mean, I think like I can drill this, right? Make the hole slightly tighter than the brass rod's diameter. And then that'll give it maybe like a friction fit. And so assuming that that's successful and that it's like firmly in there, almost like when you put pilings into the bedrock to,
Yeah.
for construction or something like that, as you would do.
I'm,
Um,
I'm just
yeah, so
thinking
that's
it
my
might,
basic idea.
I'm just thinking it might dig into the plastic of the figure
That's a
eventually.
good point. Yeah, that's like my only concern. Absolutely. I was thinking the same thing. Oh, like, so that's why the idea you put forth is appealing because like it does mitigate the risk of, driving something rough. And it's like, I have a rough idea, pun intended, but I have a rough idea that I could potentially, get the diameter to be pretty close to this. And then put something over it, maybe like put some kind of rubber or something like, maybe even just take rubber gloves and just cut off a piece of material and like wrap it around the brass. But even then, like you got a sharp corner, which I mean, I guess I could, file it down, you know. Um,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna look into both options. But I'm not gonna do anything invasive until I look into the transparent model holder. So I do appreciate that idea, Elle.
Yep, I still have her right next to me here.
Cool. And how's chat doing? How you guys feeling? Do you guys want to see any particular angles? And I see Slim says there are paints in primers specifically made to work with vinyl. Ah, thank you, Mr. Slim.
For a small touch-ups,
Cerulean knows what's up.
I just
Mhm.
use felt tip pens for small touch-ups.
Realistically, that might be a reasonable option. I don't know if I have. Well, I mean, I have some. The markers I have now, I don't think will match the colors. I might actually have might have an orange or a green that matches this, but the green is good, thank goodness. Don't need to touch it. Purple is good. It's just this yellow here, and my only yellows I have are basically Gundam yellow, which would be like the color of the yellow components, like basically this shade of yellow right over here on the javelin right here. So, in fact, I guess we could do a color swatching right now and see.
It's close enough. It's
Actually,
close enough
yeah,
to her
kind
her outfit.
it kind of is close enough. I might go for this because I have a gajillion, and I have well, not a gajillion. I mean, that's not even a real number, of course, but um, I think I might have enough Gundam markers to accomplish this.
Nice.
And these are really great. So what I did was I bought a airbrush unit, and you could put the markers in the airbrush unit, and when they're flowing, my goodness, I like it a lot. I do. I think it's like super convenient. No need for an air compressor. But yeah, we would be using this particular shade of yellow right over here, and I have more, multiples of these from multiple sets that I've accumulated. But yeah, it's okay. So I think I might give that a shot. I'll probably try it like, I'll put it on the top, put a little dot on there. I can always take it off. Or this stuff does come off usually pretty easily with isopropyl alcohol. So, if I put a dot on there, heck, we could even do it right now. Excuse the loud
So
rattling.
then you
But
fix it once. Can you fix it on whichever surface you put it on once you've used it?
mhm.
Is there a way to
Oh,
affix it permanently on the surface?
that's a good question. So that's why I was kind of leaning towards the idea of like following the more complicated procedure where, like I said, the guy in the video, like he breaks out the tester's paint, he breaks out the right mixture of paint thinners and goes over how he went about blending it. But in particular, the key is putting a top coat on. So I have a little tiny can right around here, of Mr. Top Coat, and it's it's one of the popular Gunpla products out there for like painting and stuff. They have and I would probably want to investigate if they have a matte finish or if the one I use, is matte or glossy before I use it. So, I could put the marker on, and marker is pretty good. But yeah, you're not gonna have a permanent. It's not gonna be affixed. It's not gonna be protected. I guess if it wasn't protected, it might, wear out at a different rate. Maybe the color would change over time at a different rate.
Yep.
But I think what I would do is my best bet is I don't know, so I gotta double check the top coat, but I could probably just put this into a little dish, like little paint dish or that could be anything, could be a piece of cardboard. But sometimes it's better to just like get a tiny brush and just like dip it into the Gundam marker ink and then, do a gentle touch up. So I think I'm gonna use my fine tipped brushes on that. I don't think that's something you guys want to see right now. But if you do, I mean, I would grab the brushes, but probably ill-advised. What do you think, Elle?
No, it depends on you. You wanna try?
Well, oh, I see. I see. Now you're daring me. Let me see. Let me see if the brush is the right way I think they are.
Cerulean says go for it. I'm trying to peek out of the monitor there. There we go. It is I, Elle-C in DJ Ronnie's monitor. Hehe. Your first crush was a blonde princess named Leona. I have no idea who that is. Oh, Dragon Quest anime. Let's turn on the music. The girl in his Scream thumbnails. I see. I think DJ Ronnie is back. Hey.
Hello. Yeah, just in case anybody wanted to see that briefly, I did set this guy aside. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna give this a shot. But let's see here. So I'm gonna put you right over here, camera. And we're gonna just do a very, very minimal sample. Because I'm not gonna commit, like let's just say I see it taking a wrong direction or I get uncomfortable with the way it's coming out. I'll be able to kind of pull back on this. Now I didn't find the brushes I was looking for and I didn't want to take up too much of your time. But these here should suffice quite nicely. And you do have to give these Gundam markers a good shake, because the yellow especially gets pretty viscous. And so sometimes I'll even like use a newer marker for certain jobs, and I'll use an older marker for certain jobs. But generally speaking, for touch-up, it's not as important as if I was doing airbrushing.
Beep, 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 beep.
And some markers, one thing I find is an interesting trend about Gundam markers is over time, like some of them will get super leaky on you. Like you'll be doing what I'm doing right now, and out of nowhere, a crap ton of paint will come out of it. And this is another reason why I put emphasis in what you would call it, shaking it. But a while back, I was sold a massaging device for my back, and well, not really for my, well, it's for the back because like I don't have back problems. I just like the idea that when I had like guitar strings in the back from wearing a backpack and like just like doing too many pull-ups in a week or something like that. So it's like, yeah, okay, I'll buy this massager, but I found it really useful. What I do is I tape paint bottles, especially like enamel paint. I tape them to the massager, and then I just let it shake it up like a paint mixer.
I see.
There we go. Okay, good. I got that one. We got a couple clean ones. We got some isopropyl alcohol. Should I get a cup? Here we go. I got a cup. I do have cups somewhere, but we're not going to look for them. Alrighty. Let's see what we can do to our waifu here. Okay, good. I got the second one. And maybe I should get that little dipping tray for the alcohol. Well, this will do. Little battery case. So I'm going to just put a tiny bit in here. There we go. And so, just like Bob Ross. I'm scared. I'm so scared. The moment of... I can't be any worse than it is now, right?
Looks like she took quite a fall.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, she slammed her head against the plastic box.
Oh.
Hey, you're kind of right, Elle. This can work. I shouldn't say you're kind of right. That implies that you're not entirely right. You are right, Elle. This can work. I'm kind of glad I grabbed the spongy things. Hey, that's not bad at all. I mean, like, I can live with this. And look, I can always go OCD mode and redo it later.
You can blend it a little bit more, I think.
You think? Okay, let's see. We'll give it a shot. Now, when you say blend, are you saying just touching it up, or like using other paint?
Spread it a little bit.
I got you.
Like make some strands with it. Like
Okay, give that a shot.
Contour.
Ah, yeah, it's a good idea. I see where you're going with this.
Because it's close enough to her hair color. I bet you can make some contours and make it look more natural, like that. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, and as the paint dries, the wet paint can sort of reactivate, or re-wet the dry paint, or be used for cleaning it even. But in this case, let's see, we're just gonna try to. And that one came out a little sketchy, but let's see.
No, that's because that's a deep mark, Patrick.
I see. Yeah, you're right. There we are.
I think that's why some people recommend sanding down that type of damage.
Yeah, I mean, look, what I'm doing now can be sanded later, in my opinion, but I can't unsand something. Like I can't add I could add material. I was gonna say I can't add material. I could, but I prefer not to go that far. Like I can use Tamiya modeling putty, and that could do the trick, actually. So it's not off the table. You might be onto something with the option there to sand it.
For now,
I'd certainly prefer to avoid it, but
yeah, for now
it might work.
Okay. Okay.
And heck, maybe even a couple highlights wouldn't hurt,
Yeah.
Did I just fingerprint the paint? Probably have to add more paint to the paint tray in a second. Gotta check my finger. Glad I checked my finger. Don't want to hold the other part of the model with the paint on my fingertip.
Yeah, that looks pretty okay, actually. As long as dust doesn't get on.
This is true.
Like I've had that happen to a figure I was touching up the paint on. Like dust got on it while the paint was still wet.
Oh. Yep. I can see how that would be mighty inconvenient. That's exactly why I'm reluctant to do the water slide decals until I'm absolutely and utterly prepared to do them. Let's see
That
here.
looks pretty good. Yeah.
Kind of just buffing it, a little amateurish on my part.
I just flattened the paint a bit, and there you go.
Yeah, but this area I hit by accident, so it looks a little bit more pronounced in person. Nothing too catastrophic, but I can easily think I got a solution to that.
Harry says he expects Gundam markers to be red, white, and blue because of Gundam and Char's usual units put them together.
Well, this is the yellow for the grill. I expect Gundam markers to be red, white, and blue because they're going. Well, true, and there are red, white, and blue right over here. And I used the blue on the gun tank extensively. That was actually the first project I used the airbrusher on, and that really just showed me how nice. I like, same thing with the feet on my Javelin. Like, that was airbrush, not necessarily needed because I did a little dry brushing after the fact because I wanted to make it look a bit more, like a mech. All right, let's see here. Recap. So I was just cleaning off some of the excess highlight here, even if that might be not entirely necessary, but you know, I just felt more comfortable doing that. And I figure like it'll just rub out the blend a little bit. Maybe I should put a little paint down here now that it's already, you know, like clashing, you know, I can almost complete the strand. Oh, hey, that kind of worked out. That was a happy accident, as the old Bob Ross used to say. Okay, so now, do I want to blend?
Kind of sticks out is that spot on her head. Yeah,
Right over there?
Yeah, that one.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that was one of the original spots. Now, I just cleaned it a little bit, but that's all right. We're going to reapply yellow onto there now that we can see the spot. So we're going to just draw out a little more paint. Okay, girl. Stay there, girl. Stay right where you are. I don't want you stabbing me. Because that action figure at 1/6 scale can stab you if they are centrati getting demyclinized. Look at that. We did art today. Now we're doing 3-dimensional art. Practical 3-dimensional art. I guess that's what they call it. Alrighty. I'm scared to go any further. Okay, I was scared at the beginning. Actually, I'm more comfortable than before. Alright, let's see here. A little easy dot, and we'll give you a little stroke. I'm trying to graze the surface gently. Interesting. That might be a little much, but maybe it'll blend out in due course. Especially if I blend it with the neighboring hair.
The others seem to have
So
blended
I think what's
nicely.
happening is that
The other areas you did seem to have blended nicely.
you think? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I also got to remember, it's easy to forget that it's going to look a little different as it cures or as it dries. And so I might be going, chasing, a wild goose, trying to get it to do something that it's going to do anyway.
Oh, as it dries, it gets a little bit duller, like a watercolor.
Oh, yeah. Okay, now let's see. Give it a second. I mean, from afar, once it dries, it'll probably look pretty good. See if I can get that, soften up some of that yellow on the top a bit.
Yeah, it doesn't
Or
really
do we need
stand
to?
out for now. For now, it looks better than before, at least, with all those white spots.
Yeah, it's an improvement. Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, as they say, a good artist knows when they're done. I'm not necessarily done per se, but I think that I could probably do more harm trying to figure out what else to do to this in the short term. But I'm pretty comfortable with what we did. I mean, just getting rid of the ugly white gouges makes this already a bit more photogenic. And then if anything, we could touch up this top area a little bit. There's like a white spot that we may or may not be able to see from this angle. Oh! She's a casualty in war!
At least it didn't fall into the paint.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, it doesn't look like a white spot, but there's like a white spot right there.
That reminds me, that's one way to tell if a figure is bootleg. You can tell from the paint job on the hair, especially the strands. There's always, for the bootlegs, there's always gonna be some glaring imperfections.
Ah, yeah, I can see that. What I'm doing is I'm just giving this a quick brush cleaning to get the gunk off of it.
like landscape painting, right?
I might because I'm better at drawing inanimate objects or people, not people. I mean, I can draw people, but I'm just better at objects. And I think it's mountains, things like that. It's almost interpretive. You can sort of like find your own way to do the same thing that other people are doing.
Yep. It's also pretty easy.
I guess that's like any art.
Yeah,
But,
it's also pretty easy to do landscapes. You just, you just flash on colors until something happens. You just sort of shape it.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hello, Speed Gap Ross. Welcome.
Greetings. All right, now we're gonna get that last spot, which I'm gonna hit the neighboring spot a little bit. There we go, so we can blend them together.
You have time to be here now. Awesome. After this, I'm gonna make my schedule for next week.
Cool.
I'm going to suspend my regular schedule for Christmas stuff.
That makes sense.
I just discovered recently that apparently Christmas is canceled now. It's a dirty word in the U.S. or something.
Mm-hmm. Happy holidays.
And I was like, why though? And I looked
Well,
it up, and apparently it's because some people don't celebrate Christmas from a religious standpoint.
mm-hmm.
I'm like, well, the Japanese don't believe in the religious side of Christmas. They still call it Christmas anyway. I mean, I think there's a lot more things you can fuss about than just some word that's already been established. What do you think?
As with many things, yeah. I mean, look, I can empathize a little bit. Like if I celebrated something other than Christmas and everybody's going around. I'll put the knife right there. It looks more sinister. He's like, look, I've worked in retail and I try to, respect all walks of life because that's just good business practice. But at the end of the day, is it like really a big deal that someone said Merry Christmas? Like if you prefer something else, just say, oh, I don't do Christmas, but thank you. I do this holiday. And then usually most people will go, oh, cool. Well, happy XYZ, so you just got to tell, just like pronouns. Like if I can't tell, if you got a pair of boobs and then you get mad at me when I say, excuse me, miss, it's like, well, what did you expect? Like, I'm sorry, but like, I'm just going by visual cues here. I mean, you call me sir. You knew I'm a sir. I didn't get mad at you for calling me sir. But jokes aside, it's almost a joke, except that happens sometimes. But when it comes to holidays, I remember my mom's friend and the mother of a friend of mine worked at the same call center as my mom. They worked at the time, it was like the early 2000s. They worked at the cable company call center. I'm just looking for my brushes. Here they are. Non-brushes. Q-tip looking things. But anyway, my friend's mom, she'd get all in a tizzy about it, saying like, oh, it's always Christmas this, Christmas that, but, no Hanukkah. And it's like, well, it's sort of like look, we do, in New York especially, you do see Hanukkah decorations in many places. I mean, in Brooklyn, all over the place. I mean, in Brooklyn, we have, well, not we, because I'm next to Brooklyn, but in Brooklyn, they have the biggest menorah in the world. At least, like maybe they have one in Israel now that's larger, but last I remember, it was the biggest one, and so we have a lot of representation in that regard. But like you said, it's almost more like a holiday, a commerce holiday. It's like a reason for people to buy gifts, and basically, my friend's mom was annoyed because there's a lot of holidays that revolve around Christianity. Perhaps, in fact, I wonder if you guys have more Christian holidays than we have in the States. But she just was always like, I don't know, she's a bit like, not activist-y, but it's like it's just not that big of a deal. It's like, yes, more. My point is, statistically speaking, and I'm not saying that the majority should be tyrannical to the minority, but if you have, it's because that's the issue with democracy. Some would argue is the tyranny of the majority. Like 2 wolves voting on whether to eat a sheep. But at the end of the day, it's like a lot of people celebrate it. So it's like, why would we do anything else but say Merry Christmas? And it's like, if it's literally Christmas, or, should we decorate for everyone? Maybe, but clearly businesses that decorate for Christmas are not losing business over it. But, I try to hear out legitimate concerns. I know, some people, they like to just complain about crap because it's against the, what they see as established. Or they see a group as maybe having more rights or privileges than other groups, and they sort of like feel that they get overly represented in some ways, and that's sort of like, I think, what people feel about Christmas and the holidays. And look, so here's the converse of it. Like, on one angle, it's like it's not a big deal, right? But at the same time, it's also not a big deal if I say Happy Holidays. Like, working in retail, I literally serve people who don't celebrate Christmas at all. It's New York. You got atheists, you got Jewish people, you got people, not many, but some people celebrate Kwanzaa, which, there's some debate on how that holiday originated. Not so much debate, but I remember when I was a kid, I was an altar server, and I mentioned Kwanzaa. And the priest was like, that's a made-up holiday. And I don't know the backstory behind it, to be honest, so I couldn't attest to that. But, that was the sentiment of a priest from the Bronx.
Interesting. You can't stop touching it up, can you?
Yeah. This is the last one. No, but seriously, it is the last, because like I basically have it, and like we already discussed, like how much more can I do to it? If anything, like regroup, right? Let it be regroup, come back to it after it. But what I'm doing is, I just wanted to like try to spread the yellow a little bit around the dot, and I think I've done it already. And yeah, I think that's gonna be satisfactory for now until I regroup on it. So I'm gonna leave that alone for now, because it actually looks kind of decent. Like, if anything, this area, maybe I can clean it up a little bit, but I'm gonna leave it alone for now. The front, I kind of like it more. Like, sure, I could do a little more work there, but you know what? Let's let it rest. Let it percolate on the brain. Maybe I'll, realize something. I'll have a brainstorm in my sleep. I'll go take a nap, or I'll go to bed tonight, and I'll wake up and I'm like, aha! And then at 5 a.m. when I have to get ready for work, I'll be like, I gotta do this now. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. But maybe when I
actually have at least 2 of each of my important figures. I actually have 2 copies. One which I display, one in the box.
I was kind of thinking about going that route too, but I like this one enough, and you know what? Maybe I should end. Actually, so after we let the paint settle, that's basically what I'm gonna do, Elle. I'm gonna put it in the box, because the box is presenter friendly. I should mention that the box I bought, the plastic case I bought, is like twice as big as the box. So basically, like, I think that that's more suitable for like a Gundam model, something like that, But real quickly, and this is the last thing I want to show, and I do appreciate Elle the opportunity to do this very brief, or as much time as you've given me thus far to do this brief show and tell. This is a Victory Gundam version Kai, and version Kai kits are typically a little bit nicer. And this one here, what happened was, this is the cockpit, or the core fighter, right? Because like Gundam has a core fighter, so you can see the chest piece up there sort of got this V shape, hence the name Victory Gundam. And so, can we turn this into a cockpit? Let's see. And oh yeah, actually I'm very proud of this part. Not very proud, but I'm pretty proud of it. I'm pretty satisfied. I painted that pilot.
Hey, nice. That's so small.
I know, right? I used a tiny pointed paintbrush. I did use the same yellow marker. I used a particular blue marker. I don't know if I used a standard blue, but I used a blue marker. But essentially, I did my best to match the colors that I knew from the character. But notably, I wanted there to be a blue helmet visor. So I'm pretty satisfied. I got the seat belt or the harness. It's not perfect, but like, at that scale, I'm not going to get bent out of shape over perfectionism. But now this has to turn into a cockpit. So how do we do that? Let's see if I remember how to do this without snapping it in half. Okay, so step 1 is bring the head up. Well, move the... Yep, there we go. And then you got to be careful because sometimes this part gets jammed inside of another part. Okay, there we go. I think we got it right this time. Did we? No, we did not. You got this little U-shaped thingy here, this little horseshoe-shaped thingy here. I'm trying to remember how we did this. Yes, I remember. I got to bring it back down again.
Oh.
And when you bring it down, you got to pay attention because, like, you can easily push against something that you don't... Oh, yeah, and it makes this very clicky sound when you move the head back down. So it's like it's scary, but it's not.
There's,
okay. So,
there's a bit of paint on one of your fingers, by the way. You might...
I did see... Yeah, I saw that on the... I can't see it on my real hand, but I can see it on the camera. Oh, there it is. I see it.
Might get it on... Oh, it's...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's already...
But either way...
It's fine.
It's good to exercise caution anyway, though. I appreciate that. There we go. You never know. This one I have no intent on painting, and the very reason why I have no intent... Water slide decals, yes. And, well, when I broke the arm on it, I actually did buy a second kit that was in, like, moderately good condition. So I actually have a kit that is water slide covered already. And I'm just going to mix the broken arm and the good arm together. All right, so now let me see. How did I do this again? So this part's a little scary. Okay, there we go. Sliding in there.
Slides. Okay.
Yeah, and I skipped a step. I was supposed to fold up the nose first. So now we can slide it in there. We can do it without breaking anything. Oh, now it's back in the normal position. Yeah, it's a little tricky sometimes. It always gets me. Sometimes I have to like just put it down and think, and then do it without thinking. Ah, there we go. See. There we are. All right, getting there. There we go. See, now you got that like little cockpit door. And then, so there's the upper part of our V2 Victory Gundam without water slide decals, just a couple of regular decals for the camera and the sensors. You got, the eyes have some kind of sensors in there. The thing up here has a camera. You have the rear camera here, and there we go. And then this thing here is the wing, the vertical stabilizer. So we're gonna just take the vertical stabilizer, put it like that. Looks like I kind of rubbed. I did do a little panel lining here. It could use excuse me, a little cleanup, but it works. Yeah, so it works because like essentially with some panel lining, all you're doing is dipping the ink and letting it flow in between the cracks. So we'll put that guy down. I'll put him back together on my own time. But now I'll show you the Gundam that I actually, well, is this the one I built? No, this is the one I bought on eBay. And I know that because it's got the water slide decals on there. So when I do my own water slide decals, they should look the same. But my intent is I might use there's a chemical that sort of makes them go on a little more easily. And it evaporates quickly. But I intend on doing some kind of clear coat over the parts after doing the decal. So that's why I'm taking my sweet time. Kind of just pondering it through. Okay, so this is actually the unit I built, apparently. And these are the parts that I don't really need. These are like the cockpit, the core fighter, and other parts that were built by the guy from eBay. So once again, we got water slide decals and everything there. But here we are. We have a set of arms because one of these arms doesn't have decals. That's probably the broken one. No, that one's not. Okay. These all look intact, actually. It's got to be this one. Oh, yeah, it's this one. I don't think the broken piece is on this side. I think the broken piece is on the other end of the arm. Or did I already fix it? Did I fix it already and forget? I feel like I might have fixed it. I don't know. Something's off, man. It's like a Mandela effect. No, I'm kidding. But, yeah, okay, whatever. I have to inventory my parts and figure out what's what. But all I do know for certain, I don't know what a broken arm is. Oh, maybe this is the non-broken arm. Okay. But anyway, what I wanted to show was on my own parts, at least, I painted this right over here. Because that's not painted normally. On this one, it looks like the guy painted it too, or did I paint it? Because I know when I bought it, I misplaced the armored slat here, so that's why I put the water slide one on, because I took the one from the other kit. But, you know, I did only painting on the red circles. Oh, and this one I used a Gundam metallic marker, and you can see it's got that, like, little metallic sheen to it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
And we got this little butt fanny thing over here. Oh, yeah, I forgot I did that. I did a little dry brushing on the inside of this, too. Let's see if we could dock. We're not going to try too hard at this, though. You know, it's going to be very gentle. This is another benefit to me buying 2 of these. Yeah, so I'm not going to snap it together right now because I'm afraid... Or am I going to snap it together? Maybe I am. You know what? For you guys, I'll even drop a part on the floor somewhere. How we doing? I still hear you? Do I still hear you?
Yep.
Good. Okay. Just want to make sure I just want to make sure I didn't lose your sound. And talk for 10 minutes straight and then find out that the sound was on mute. Now, I don't know if these are beam blasters or something like that, beam pistols, but this does come out like this. But anyway, one of the weak points would be, how do we attach the arms? Okay, now I remember, oh boy. I remember why I have extensive body work. Oh, gosh, that's why I didn't open this thing up for like a few months. All right, so there's the right arm socket. Fantastic. So when I assembled it, apparently there's an additional piece that goes over here that reinforces this or something. Well, if you notice, there's no arm socket over here.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's broken.
And,
Yep.
So the good news is I have that spare Gundam, right? So it's just a matter of sitting down, like laying out the parts and figuring out like what parts are good and what parts are bad from either model and mixing and matching accordingly. I'm gonna just pick up that armored plate I dropped. Yes, got it. Okay, good, I got it. I was worried that thing was gonna disappear into oblivion and never show up again. There's our full sheet of water slide decals right there. And these basically say, you know, things like caution, don't step on this, no step on Schneck. I think that's what it says, no step on Schneck. And somewhere over here it probably says Ligue Militaire because Victory Gundam has this like French resistance theme going on. So yep, that says Ligue Militaire. Vive la Resistance, as the French would say. And that basically concludes my show and tell.
Nice.
Yep, and that's part of the arm. This is so what happened was I didn't even tell the story. So briefly, essentially you can see how this rotates.
Uh-huh.
Well, one day not one day. I had a rotator, but it was super loose. Like this part was wiggly. So I'm trying to figure out how to shore it up. And I used cyanolite crazy glue, but apparently even though I thought the glue was still, I thought the glue was not going to set, I thought it was moving, apparently the glue somehow worked its way down and got in the freaking arm. So then I now have an arm that won't move at all, so I'm like, well, maybe I can just force it to move.
Oh,
yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and also, side note, the beam sabers go inside of the little red compartment. So in the show, the arm does this, the beam saber gets tossed through here, and then boom, you got a beam saber. So that's a pretty innovative way of doing the beam saber. And I might even have a beam saber installed inside one of these. Oh, there it is. Yep. So that beam saber would typically be thrown through the inside of the forearm or through the opening in the forearm into the hand of the pilot's robotic hand. Any questions?
No, not really. By the way, for those parts that are loose, like I have some ball jointed dolls. Like what I do for the parts that are loose is that I just use a little bit of Teflon.
Yeah, like realistically, I should have just like gotten a little Teflon or like in what form is it? Like the white tape that Teflon?
Exactly.
Oh, I didn't. My goodness, that would have done the trick. Yeah, that could have saved me a lot.
It's nice and clean too, so it doesn't go on the plastic.
Yeah, no, stuff is like anti-stick basically, so it kind of like it would almost act like a bearing or a lubricant almost, but it's not gonna stick Yeah, that's cool. Okay, I'll keep that in mind because I'm sure this won't be my first oopsie, and who knows, I may yet be able to find a way to utilize that. But even like before, I was mentioning about using the brass rods to support the action figure. That might be an option there. Wrapping the brass rod with some
Oh,
Teflon,
yeah.
file it down the corner, then wrap it in brass, Teflon
Yeah.
tape, and that
That,
might be like the packing material that provides a soft interface between the
yeah,
plastic or the vinyl.
that could protect the figure as well from long-term
Mm-hmm.
damage.
Interesting.
'Cause I
That's good to
know
know.
those figures that tend to lean, they just keep getting damaged over time by just gravity if they're leaner
Oh,
type figures.
I see. Just like when you say damage, like you mean like where at the interface
Yeah,
point, or like,
yeah, like
yeah,
that peg that broke.
yep. And maybe like if it was in ideal conditions and it was like on a shelf that I never tripped into, maybe. But even then, it is a bit precarious,
Yeah,
and
those
like that's why I tried like wrapping Velcro around her foot. My goal was I was trying to like essentially before I broke the second peg, I was already doing this. Like I was wrapping this up almost like an ace bandage or something, medical bandage, just like give it some grip. And I mean, it was novel, but it didn't really do the trick. The tape I used, what I did was I sort of wrapped the non-sticky side of the tape around the figure, and then I covered the sticky side with another piece of tape. So obviously I'm not attaching tape directly to the surface finish on her.
Michael,
But yeah, so
you
mhm.
have a metal Japanese transformer from the early 80s. Awesome. Oh, also allow me to
Ooh.
acknowledge something that Speed Cap Dross said about Christmas. I think that the holiday is a holiday worth celebrating, no matter what it is, as long as it's about celebrating something. Even if it's about religion, as long as it celebrates it in a good way. Yep, yeah, that's a good
This
way
is
of
true.
looking at it.
There's a little history behind Christmas where the Vikings, not the Vikings, where the Vikings had their holiday, right? The Nordic people, basically from like the cold parts of Europe, and that includes what the heck, Norway, and I can't think of half the countries right now, but that area. Uh, I can't remember. Well, anyway, point being is that they had their holiday. They did something that involved a tree, and it was more of a pagan holiday. And when the Roman Empire swept through Europe, um, at some point they wanted to make Christmas more palatable. They wanted to kind of like cater to the pagans and get the Christians on board with, everyone on board basically, just get everyone on the same page. So they kind of combined the Yule log is like a pagan thing. The tree is sort of a pagan thing. Not necessarily pagan, but something, I forget what religious rite the Vikings used, but those people. And then this is how we got some of these traditions. And I'm trying to remember if the calendar is related, because of course you'll get, I'm sure you've spoken to people before, like, who will argue that, oh no, Jesus was not born in December, and they might be right. I honestly just don't know, but you'll hear some interesting discussions, or sometimes you hear people who seem to know more about it than they actually do. But December seems like as good a time as any. People are depressed in the winter, so maybe people need their spirits lifted up a little.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not attaching the arms, as you know why. Because we have to do body work on the frame. But I was very proud of this up to the point that I snapped the second side off of this. I almost forgot. I must have suppressed that memory there. But at this point, we got the right arm covered. It's just a matter of figuring out how much of the other guy's model kit I want to use. I don't really, I guess I could swap the whole entire thing, but, I mean, I want to see my own work, So I'll figure it out eventually, I just put this down until after the holidays probably, and then maybe even in January, I'll have a plan. But I have to definitely make a plan based on what I have here. Because it's one of my favorites, and I'd rather fix this, or at least get it pretty much in good shape before I work on the next kit, or the next big kit, because the next one is a box that's twice as big as this box. And it's actually the same Gundam, except it's got more armor on it. It's called a V2 Victory Gundam Assault Buster. And do I have the box for that? No, that box is in a place that is impossible to get to.
Michael is asking if you have to hand paint those.
Yeah, so the good news is that the colors are mostly all there. Like, Gundam kits are generally really good about that. This one here was unique because it was from the 90s and it was a really low-end model, so it did require like very particular touch-up in key areas. But pretty much all of the modern Gundam kits have like all of the basic colors. I mean, realistically, like, if I was OCD and I didn't like the way blue looked, yeah, I could paint over this, and that's what I did on the gun tank because I thought it looked better. But with something this intricate, yeah, I'm not about to get that deep in, you know. But what would I be doing? I'd be painting blue on blue, maybe white on white. You know, you get the idea. So it's like in some cases, like a paint, like what some people might do is you know, have a kit that they don't want to paint in its entirety, but maybe they want to do the yellow paint here, or maybe they want to use the gold metallic marker here. So, you know, sometimes like that's what I do. I'll sometimes use the paint markers as a touch-up tool, but not to paint the thing in its entirety. But the last kits I did, or the kits that I've mostly embraced the paint on, have been like entry grade or, you know, high grade kits, because I feel like they cost less and the risk of me messing up is much lower. Whereas if I messed up on painting this, I'd go insane. Well, I wouldn't go insane, but, you know, it'd just be, I don't even know where to begin. You got like a lot of these like plastic slats, and what we talked about before, I could paint it white, but then I do have to put a clear coat on it because that white paint will get dirty. That white paint will show signs of, you know, like just whatever environmental stuff is on it. So that's also taken into account. So now, I guess I could use a clear coat, but can I use a clear coat on this one? You know, I mean, this one has like all kinds of crazy folding parts on it, which, I mean, granted is a gimmick, right? How often you're going to transform the core fighter. And that's something I got to take into account when I fix this one up. I got to remember I have spare parts, because maybe I don't need to, you know, like eject the core fighter. You know, once I fix this, if the arms move and everything looks good, maybe just leave it alone. And if I ever want to play with the core fighter, I have one over here. You know, in this box that I almost knocked over. But yeah. So, you know, it's my rough sketch of a plan right now. But overall, I do like this one a lot. It looks like I don't know what I did here. Maybe I tried touching up some red down here and got it. Oh, yeah, that looks a little ugly. But yeah, I guess I did this. This must have been like an early attempt at painting, because I knew that I could do it on the feet without, you know, it being noticeable for the most part. So, you know, little trial and error. Let's see, I got a beautiful picture of the V2 Assault Buster loading up on my right screen. So, very similar kit. Just has this beam spray gun and this mega particle cannon up here. It has extra armor on the shoulders. These actually detach, and so when you remove the armor from the shoulders, it literally looks the same. It's got a cod piece. I mean, looks like a cod piece. I mean, it's got gold armor over the support system. I don't know what's down there. Whatever's underneath the cockpit is in this area, and they put this big gold armor here. It reminds me of a cod piece, which is why I say that. But jokes aside, it does have this green jewel in there, and I'm wondering if these are auxiliary sensors. I have no idea. I gotta do more research on the lore. But the most notable feature, one of the most notable, maybe not the most. There we go. There's another angle right there. You got the Minovsky particles flaring out of the angel wings. But the real weird thing is, you know, yeah, big ass gun, you know, lots of big cannons. But it's that shield. That shield is something else, because it actually is similar to like in Char's attack when they have the funnels or the bits. These three red things come off. So 1, 2, 3, and it can form basically like a pyramid, like pretty much like a three-dimensional pyramid, or like a pyramid prism. Either way, a pyramid-shaped or prism-shaped shield around the pilot. So just imagine like a 3D triangle, a three-sided triangle on the, you know, basically on all angles, and that's what it does. So that's cool. Mhm.
on the PS1. You can see that. The triangle-shaped funnel things.
Oh, wait, did they might have. Oh, yeah, I think I seen like an example of that once. That's pretty cool. But yeah, so that's the gist of it. And I gotta give it a lot of TLC, as you can see. But I like Victory Gundam, so it'll get the TLC. And what's in here? There's like a piece of cardboard here. I think I'll leave that alone for now. So yeah, but I appreciate you letting me show that.
Oh,
That's pretty much everything there. Any questions?
nope.
Cool. I'm gonna pack that up, and I'm gonna hang up my telephone. Unless you want me to stick around, of course.
It's fine. Actually, I'm gonna log off now, actually, because it's almost 5. I guess I'll work on my schedule off-stream.
Well, either which way. I mean, if you need someone to talk while you work on your schedule, I could talk all day, but then stopping me from talking might be another story.
Yeah, I'm going to, I need to get some sleep, so, I'm going to work on my schedule, off-stream, after, I guess.
I got you. No worries, though. I'm just pulling your leg anyway. But I appreciate being on it. And chat, thank you for listening. I didn't really read the messages in the chat, but if anyone had anything for my attention, I will skim through it right after I hang up. So with that being said, thank you for your time.
Alright. So,
And I shall now.
hang up now.
Yep. I'm looking for the hang up button too.
Alright. Bye-bye, DJ Ronnie.
Farewell.
Alright. DJ Ronnie has left the house. Alright. So, I need to get some sleep. I got the image. What is this image here? There's nothing. Maybe I can just delete it. On OBS, I mean. Okay. Should I work on my schedule right now? Nah. It's almost 5. But, you know what? Maybe I will. Look at the Elvis here. Anyways, so for, tomorrow, it will be the 24th for me, and the next day will be the 25th. So, I have something, different. Or, at least, I have something special planned. So, my regular streams will be suspended. So I'm going to bring back Emulation Nation for the 24th and the 25th. Basically, I'm giving that show one last chance to be enjoyable for me, I mean. And then, for the rest of the week, I'll be, it'll be a surprise, I guess. So, I won't show, what I'm scheduled for the rest of the week. Basically, I'll be trying to finish some loose ends and also be trying out some games which I've been, meaning to try for a while. Alrighty. So, with that said, thank you very much, everyone, for watching. This has been Elle-C, and I'm out. Bye-bye! Bye-bye. Oh, Logan will not be streaming later, but Aris will be, and probably Kurumi. Okay, bye-bye. I'm a cute little girl with a jaded face. Elle is my name and 13 is my age. I'm not just a lolly, and that's a fact. I'll praise and cheer for all your super chats. Please subscribe.